we saw a lane, a black padded jacket and a framed up dame, cracking out the taillight. Cops are looking for fame. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Said hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. Good light in the bar and a Jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, clap hands. Scream, scream, 100 bad dreams. Everybody's butt dialing in their bed and jeans. A missing shoe and a cop's misplaced hat, and nobody's sure where Mr. Nevercracker at. Said hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. Bud Light in the bar and a Jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Scream, scream, 100 bad dreams. Everybody's butt dialing in their bed and jeans. A missing shoe and a cop's misplaced hat, and nobody's sure where Mr. Nevercracker at.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, however many times you're doing it, why you're doing it in the first place, I don't care. I'm just glad you are doing it here with me right now. It's me, Legal Vices, on this little channel we like to call Legal Vices. I am back from vacation. 2 weeks I've been out of rotation, just doing things whenever something has been going on. We've been streaming a little bit, but we are back in full swing, peeps. Great to be here. Make sure you click up there. Those of you even following at home, make sure you go and just find somewhere in the chat, or you even look up there. There still should be the bingo card. If you want to play at home, we have the bingo card pinned up there at the top. Click on that, generate your bingo card, because bingo is back on the menu, boys and girls. Let's do this. We're going to start this right off. We're going to bring up the we have no idea when the court should be starting anytime soon. So we are just going to put this up here in the bottom corner so that we can all see what's going on. We can make sure we don't miss anything, and hurry up and generate that bingo card, because right out of the gate for the first time, oh no, we just missed it. We just missed it. Shoot. But just for you guys, I'm going to scroll back here just a little bit because you only missed it by a couple of seconds. Right here, we've got Ceiling Dion to kick us off with the bingo card right at the very beginning. This is just for you, peeps. Make sure you get over there and hit your free space and hit Ceiling Dion, the ceiling fan. We've already got 2 things checked off. You should have 2 spaces checked off already on that bingo card of yours. The free space and Ceiling Dion, the ceiling fan. All right. So if you're watching this on the replay, skip ahead to where the trial starts, or just if you wanted. Otherwise, sit here and watch this. We're just going to sit here and talk for a little bit until court starts. It should start anytime within 3 minutes to however long it takes for them to get doing it. Okay. As you know, as I said, I've been on vacation for a while now. We are back in action. It is good. Make sure you hit all of the YouTube-y things. We got 153 people here already out of the gate. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in so you don't forget about it. And while I'm reminding you about it, make sure you subscribe, because while I was on vacation, we did take a little hit in the subscriber department, which always happens when you take extended breaks. It kind of knocks you out of the algorithm. People sort of unsubscribe and people drop off. Wow, my audio isn't sounding great, is it? Huh. How's my audio sound to you guys? It sounds a little poppy to me, but anyway, don't know what that is here. Anyway, yeah, I'm behind. I'm behind a little bit on the reviews. We haven't done day 20 or day 21. I was thinking about doing day 20 review today, but I was so busy at work. There was so much to do that I didn't get through all of day 20. I had it playing in the background and I was taking notes as it goes along. It's picture time, picture after picture after picture after picture after picture. So that's one thing we're going to be doing probably maybe tomorrow. I'm going to try to get through it. And also, I have no idea what's going on this week other than this trial. Today, we got a full day. We're going to stream the morning session. That's what we're going to do. The morning session is going to be streamed, and I'll probably just do a review of the afternoon session. And then tomorrow, Tuesday, there is no hearing. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are all full days. So tomorrow, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be, if everything works out and everything gets recorded properly by the people that are doing it, tomorrow we will be watching the legendary hearing that should be taking place within another hour or so, maybe a couple hours from now. It is the Tonsil twins. The Laura Owens Clayton Eckert hearing is scheduled for today. So that's going to be taking place in just a couple of hours. There's several people that are supposed to be recording and supposed to be doing it. If everything goes to plan and there's a stream I can feed off of tomorrow, we will do that. We will watch the Laura Owens Clayton Eckert hearing tomorrow. And then for the rest of the week, we'll be doing this trial. The judge has assured us all that the jury will have it by the end of the month. The jury will have this and to be able to begin their deliberations at some point in the final week of this month, which means that the prosecution has got to be wrapping this up real quick, and they still haven't called Proctor. They've got to call Proctor. I know they've been trying to put people on to fill in the gaps so they don't actually have to call him, but he's still privy to a lot of information that nobody else has. So I know the prosecution desperately does not want to call Trooper Proctor, but I think they've got to. If they don't, that's going to look terrible, and their case is going to be even more sunk than it is. But speaking of things being more sunk than they should be, I don't want to get too far in the weeds here before we acknowledge the very first super chat of the post-vacation era. Cloak and Glomer, welcome. Thank you so much for kicking us off with the $5. Welcome back, Jeff. Hey, thank you very much. The motions hearing is super spicy right now. Judge has my blood boiling at how she's talking to Yannetti. She's showing huge bias. The motion hearing. Okay. There was a motion hearing. When was the motion hearing? We're watching it live, so. Motion. I said I haven't. Did we have a motion hearing on Friday? Was that what it was? On the Thursday, the half day? Was it a motion hearing? Go live, Jeff. They're still in it. What do you mean? Expert this morning about 20, 30 minutes ago. It was this morning. Right. Okay. I guess it was already there. I see. Well, let me look here. It just happened. Okay. Right. Well, okay then. Thank you so much for kicking us off. Well, if we rewind, we'll miss the start of the live. It should be starting soon, but let's see what we can do here. We'll read through the super chats. If we still have some extra time, then we'll go back there and check it out. Chaos Coordinator has been a member for 19 months. Thank you so much, Chaos Coordinator. Welcome back, Jeff. Been missing your streams, especially Maritime Monday and this shite show of a trial. Hope you're all rested and ready to deal with Lally's BS and spicy cross-examination. I am ready. I wanted to do a Maritime Monday thing today, but I was just so wiped out. I couldn't think of a single thing to do, and my brain wasn't in the right space to prepare anything. But I've got a few things locked away, and there was a big incident on the Great Lakes. We almost had a repeat of the Edmund Fitzgerald. There was another ore tanker hit something underground and opened it up like a tin can, and it started to take on water. They eventually managed to make it to Thunder Bay, but it was close. Jinver with a member for 20 months. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I have missed our chats. Well, I've missed you too. And Cloak and Glomer, go back and watch it. It's worth it. Thank you so much for another $5 super chat. Oh, we're back on the super chat grift. It's not a grifty thing, but hey, I'm not going to turn it down at this point because I've got nothing for the last 2 weeks almost. But hey, you want to know what one thing that's like really cool about America? Why I love America? Because as you know, I tend not to do shots while I stream. We save the shots for Maritime Monday, but I'll relax in the evening with 1 or 2 drinks as we do a lengthy trial. But I've got something special for this one. America rules. Here's one reason why I love America. Look at that. Isn't that just the coolest thing ever? I stumbled across this at Walmart. Red Solo Cup shot glasses. So this will be our drinking cup for at least the remainder of the trial. A little 2-ounce Red Solo Cup. Yeah, USA. Flux, who's been a member for 20 months. Jeff, I miss you. Hey, Flux, I'm here. I know I miss you too. We had so much fun hanging out with you and Ozzy and Jess and everybody else that came out to meet us. Move back here already. Panzer prison and all that. Glad you're back safe, though. Me too. I got in late last night, got a couple hours sleep, and then worked the full day. And sorry I was a little bit late starting this thing up, but I forgot I dismantled my entire studio until I sat down to fire up the grill here and went, oh, God, nothing is connected. So it took me a while to connect it. All right, we still have Ceiling Dion here. So how are we going to do this? I will keep Ceiling Dion up. Okay, Ceiling Dion is going to stay up there. I will open another new window, and I guess we'll go back and see how much of this the motion hearing we can watch. Right, that is now open. Law and Crime. So how we doing, guys? I'm glad to see you back here. I misgendered the cup. It self-identifies an evidence collection bag for little bits and pieces of evidence. For lolly-sized evidences. All right. Okay, we're going back here. It was a very short. Wow, that was a very short motion hearing, wasn't it? Jeez. All right. Motion to exclude the evidence. All right. So I've got to. Let me get rid of the screen here. I'm watching it, so I'll be able to see when the judge comes back. We'll watch as much of this motion hearing as we possibly can. As always, super chats will be read. They'll be flashed up on the screen, assuming anybody ever wants to super chat me again. Cough, cough, cough. They'll be flashed up on the screen. Dang it, the judge is coming in. Sorry. Well, we'll watch the motion hearing maybe during a break, during the morning break. All right. So in the meantime, let's bring this back on up. Sorry about that. Sorry to get your hopes up for that. All right. Let's go, Judge. And in begging you, Judge, you need your...
Yay. All persons having any business before the Honorable Beverly Cody, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in Floyd County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. What say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? School is now open. You may be seated.
Oh, that's
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, Chairman. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through. But we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be.
Ooh, there's more things. There's
and
more
also,
hearings.
On the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st. But again, you know that
This is a week from
we
Friday.
don't want to take up any more of your time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. All
right, so while she's doing that again, we'll go back and we'll watch the we'll watch the motion hearing during the morning
Everyone said
break.
yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we got to
All right. By the way, guys, again, one more notice
Thank you very
to
much.
generate
Can we
your
get
bingo
Sergeant
card.
Buchanan, please.
Buchanan. Sweet. All right. Buchanan's still on the stand. Make sure you click on the link there that's pinned up at the top. Generate your bingo card and let's play along at home. You should already have the free space and Ceiling Dion marked. Trial bingo is best bingo. Don't forget that. Buchanan's been going on the stand there for a while.
The court adjourned the case down here, and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Cool. All righty.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
His head looks like a
So when
Minecraft
we left
block.
off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
I did.
He also asked you whether
Yes, this
you
is
recognize any
live.
individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was
Hey,
yourself,
Trooper
the
Proctor.
person slipping at the front of the SUV, correct?
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself were in the video, and there was an individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared. So yes.
Okay, I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish
Okay.
that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37
get
and
your
05
AdWords here.
p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that now.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question and I may ask the court
Okay.
for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant, this is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be. Yes,
Okay. And so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
Oh,
You're indicating
interesting.
toward the rear of the SUV.
He doesn't
Correct.
know if that's
On
Proctor,
Wednesday, and
but that's
I
where
just
he
wanted to
should
draw
be.
your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday. You used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals. Person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor and myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, when the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Buchanan, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself, and you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay, so you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
Oh, he mistakenly
I
identified
directed
himself.
The
Great.
laser to the area where we would be.
Okay, and Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location.
Oh, wow.
And I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
He knew last time.
All right, so
but he
you have
doesn't
to
know
move along
today.
from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor.
Yep.
Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame,
Freeze
I
frame.
could tell there were two individuals
Dun,
back
dun,
there,
dun.
and I
Freeze
was
frame. Freeze frame.
at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
That appeared to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car.
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday.
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony now.
Okay, next question, Mr.
Oh,
Jackson.
we almost got
You
into
then
the
asked
middle
whether
of
the
it.
video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated that the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? But it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck
All of this
facing left.
teaching and
correct?
orientation.
That's correct.
Manipulation.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video as it is now. the
Dude, I
appearance of the
haven't even
video
seen the
looks like
last one, and
the
I
right
know he's
rear
saying
taillight
flip
is
the
the
video.
taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought up by, I mean, that's a passive way of saying it. I'm asking you directly. Did you mention that this was an inverted video?
Not on Wednesday, no.
On Thursday, Mr. Lally finished his questioning on Wednesday, then came back on Thursday. You continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
Hmm.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
Yep.
I do.
He
And then
remembers.
I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Zing.
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sallyport that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sallyport that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Oh, so it's not true
Which
and accurate.
means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
It was not true and accurate depiction.
If the
of what it
jurors were
is it?
actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right, and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
Well, we didn't
So,
ask about the
in point of
activity. We asked
fact,
about the video.
everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Buchnick, if I were to ask
Bitch,
you,
please.
let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hey, Aussie
Do you agree
Raiders,
with
welcome
me
on
that
to
an
Overlord
inverted
peeps.
video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
Shut the fuck up!
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video?
Oh, man.
And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I could do this.
To see a sidebar.
Uh-oh. Judge is getting pissy. Everybody, while you're there, if you have generated your bingo card, make sure you mark off Judge calls for sidebar. Uh-oh, the family of Officer O'Keefe are looking disappointed. And thank you to O'Keefe's brother for covering his junk. I've been noticing he sits there he's like man-spreading all across the screen, and we've seen way too many images of his junk. All right, if you've generated your bingo card, you should have 3 spaces marked off by now. The free space, Ceiling Dion, and Judge calls for sidebar. Ooh, things are not going well for Officer Bukake, are they? I just have to call him that because I thought it was funnier than hell when when that little piece slipped out. But so yes, things are not going well for Officer Buchanan, are they? Can't wait to go back and see the first part of it because it's already off to a really bad start. Hi, Jeff. Where did that Karen Reed song come from? That is an AI production of me. I generated the images, the song. I took Tom Waits' song "Clap Hands" and I altered the lyrics a little bit. I altered the lyrics to fit this case, and then plugged it into AI. AI generated the song. So yeah, based on Tom Waits' lyrics from the song "Clap Hands." Suno generated the lyrics. Generated the music, and I generated the images. And Cheesehead lost on Bourbon Street has been a member for 21 months. That's the OG of the OGs right there. Cheesehead lost on Bourbon Street. I've been doing mental bingo the last few days. So glad to have you back. My Loki missed watching your doggos too. Hope you got some rest. I got a little bit of rest. The dogs are Strawberry's under the desk. Yoda is sleeping on the floor in the hallway out there, it looks like. So they're here. They're here waiting for Doggo Cam to be unleashed if such a thing happens. Unhung Hero with the $2 super chat. The judge calling a sidebar. A sidebar, not a sidebar. Correct. The judge called for a sidebar. Oh, it's good to be back, people. It's good to be back. I was afraid I'd be a little low energy here because I'm not really jet lagged because I can't tend to time myself when I go on trans-Pacific vacations to not really have jet lag, but I'm energyless. I'm not sleepy. I'm just kind of exhausted. So I thought my energy would be a little bit low, but boy, you fire up the grill, you hit that start stream, and woo, got the little adrenaline rush. I'm happy to be back. The witness asked, can you rephrase that? Did he use the words rephrase that? I don't think he said the words rephrase that. Did he? Nighthawks at the diner. Another great Tom Waits song, by the way. Speaking of Tom Waits, Nighthawks at the diner. Oh, time to cancel Vice for AI. Just kidding. Why? Don't cancel me for AI. Why would we cancel me for AI? I'm fully transparent. I'm transparent. He did. Okay. I didn't hear him say the magic phrase, but some of you did. So mark off. Witness asks, can you rephrase that? I thought he said repeat that. All right, he said rephrase that. Cool. All right, Mexican Vader in the house. Booterberry's in the house. Hey, what's up, everybody? We have all Joe Choi's here. I'm just kind of scrolling back through. His Flux is here as always. Boosh, Mary Jane. Silent PS. We got a great group of people here with 340 concurrent viewers and 172 likes. While we're sitting here doing nothing, waiting for the judge to finish reaming Yannetti for doing his job. Make sure you get down there and smash that like button and hit that subscribe. We lost about 35 subscribers while I was on vacation, which is not unusual. We need to build this back up. So make sure you subscribe. And if you have subscribed, please just double check a little bit to make sure you're still subscribed. That would help me out and it would help us all out. Wait, I saw something here. Oh, so Barnes was butthurt he did not get to meet Jeff, or did he? No, I got blocked. Barnes probably had no idea I exist until he blocked me for just saying, don't call people PDF files as a way to make an example of them. But yeah, he doesn't know he probably still doesn't care I exist or know I exist. But anyway, yeah, he's just butthurt.
You are unmuted.
Oh, we are unmuted. All right, folks.
Jurors, sometimes lawyers have what we call stipulations rather than prolonging either testimony or calling an additional witness. Lawyers agree as to certain facts. So what the lawyers have agreed to here is that this video begins at 5:30 and 23 seconds, 5:30 p.m. and 23 seconds, and it ends at 5:48 and 15 seconds. And the total run time of the video is 5 minutes and 51 seconds. All right.
That's all they stipulated to? Wow. Okay.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds. Would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes.
Ooh.
You'd agree with that?
So they've edited out 11 minutes.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
What?
It's not there.
Yeah.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
Yes.
It was never recorded.
Jesus Christ.
Well, you don't know what has been and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
He's making this more difficult than it needs to be. Say yes. It's a motion.
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received. And based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand.
Bitch,
So,
it's a
based on
17-minute
that
period.
answer,
There's
you acknowledge
6 minutes
you don't
shown.
know what
That means there's
may or may
11 or
not have
12
been
minutes
recorded
missing. Just say
without
yes.
your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seem to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording,
All you had
the
to
video
say, bro.
appears as if a person
That's all you had to say.
appeared in the video.
It's a motion-activated
But that
camera,
is due
so it
to
doesn't
the
catch
triggering of the
parts where
recording.
there's nobody there.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restrictions of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain
God, you're
time
making it more
parameters.
complicated than it needs
So
to
in
be,
this
brother.
video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
How much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
This guy
You
can't
know
stay out of his
there
own
appears
damn
to
way.
be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to, I think it's 5:37.
Oh my God, I can't with this guy.
seconds. Okay, if we could, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
God, Judge, just say yes. Yes. Finish him. AV to the seventh power. Twitter is probably the best way to get a hold of me. The Illegal Vices on Twitter. That's probably the best way to get a hold of me. I've been on vacation
You see where the
for
person that
2
was toward
weeks,
the
so
back of the vehicle went?
email is bad. I haven't checked my email for like 2 weeks.
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Or the taillight area?
No JK
That
Buck. I will
quarter
not do
panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. How's it? Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle? Just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion,
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear that someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
Yes. Just say yes.
that's what the footage represents. Yes.
Can you go ahead and play this?
Let me in small on it here. It's a ghost.
Pause it.
It's a ghost.
You see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand.
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
All right. On your bingo card, mark off lawyer calls for sidebar. We got lawyer calls for sidebar. Sweet. All right. You got to go back through here and read these super chats while we have a bit of a break. Jonathan Irwin, the witness can ask, can you rephrase that? We addressed that earlier. Thank you so much for drawing that to my attention. And Nighthawk, as we said, ooh, time to cancel Vices for AI,
You are
JK.
unmuted.
Hey, wait a minute, Judge. I'm busy.
All right. So, Sergeant, we're going to ask you to go take a look at that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, well, he's going to take a look at that. Great. Unhung here with a $2 super chat. We know that's not egg on Officer Buchanan's face.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand.
Or just don't speak at all. You're not helping yourself. Cloak and Glomer has been a member for 2 months again. Video was mirrored, darkened, and sections missing, but it's still a true and accurate representation, right? Ozzy Wombat, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
being the newest member
Right,
of
Mr. Jackson?
my little
Thank you.
channel.
Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34th Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
It's always great to say AV7 here. We love to have her around here.
A flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
Flash,
I can explain it sidebar.
savior of the universe.
All right, are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right, so we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you, yes.
Keep Flash Gordon alive!
Thank you,
Maybe approach.
yes.
Keep the flash drive alive. All right. Sorry. I'm feeling it today. I'm a little excited to be here today, if you couldn't tell. Sorry for being a little extra today. Ozzy Wombat gifted 1 Legal Vices membership. Oh, thank you so much. If you're the lucky person that got that membership, which you should give Ozzy Wombat a super special thank you for that. Weird, it doesn't say who got that membership. Interesting. It doesn't say. Weird. Some mysterious being got the membership. Unhung Hero with the $5. Sometimes they won't give they'll give them to people that aren't here. Occasionally I'll get an email saying you've been gifted a membership to this channel. So it's somebody who's not here seems to have gotten that membership. Weird. Unhung Hero with for $5. Twitter is where you get a hold of you unless you're Robert Barnes. Well, he can get a hold of me through Twitter. I just can't get a hold of him. Yeah. Blue Varo with the $5. Dodge and weave. Stop, drop, and roll. That's what we're doing here. We're stop, dropping, and rolling. He's just doing the bob and weave thing. But unfortunately, like he bobs and he gets punched in this side of the head. He weaves to the right, gets punched in that side of his head. So it's not this whole dodge and weave, bob and weave, stop, drop, and roll ain't working out for him too well. He's making this way more complicated and difficult than it needs to be. We talk about this a lot when we cover trials. He's just unnecessarily making himself look bad and weakening the prosecution's case. Just say, yeah, no, that's not an accurate representation. It's reversed. Or just say, yeah, the guy appeared out of nowhere because I believe it's a motion activated camera. They'll probably object us for speculation grounds, or foundation grounds, one of the two, and then it'll move on and you won't look like a dickhead. I can't remember gifted 1 Legal Vices membership, and that went to Black Horse Cavalry. Black Horse Cavalry, give I can't remember. Ooh. Give I can't remember a super special thanks while they send the jury out. Yikes. This just got serious. It got serious, doggies. What do you think about that? Sorry, Strawberry is chomping on a bone. Brian Miller also gifted 5 Legal Vices membership. Thank you so much, Brian Miller, for that generous support of the channel and for giving Bridget, Dina Loves Zumba, Angela Halo, C. Winterstorm, and Melody Couture and Mistress Meg. That's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's not. Bridget, Diana. Hi, Angela Halo didn't get one. Sorry, your comment just came up in the middle of, of the gifting of memberships. Well, unfortunately, Angel said that happened to her once. Well, she got a gifted membership when commenting. Unfortunately, it didn't happen this time. Sorry to call your name out when it didn't happen. All right, the jury's out. So, they ain't talking though. I guess they're at the sidebar and they're going to talk about something else. This is odd. Sebastian Muller, welcome. Sebastian's been a member for 14 months. Been a member longer than that, I thought. I can't stand this judge. Bev is biased and just want a guilty verdict, and it shows. And how do chat think what verdict the jury will come up with based on what we've seen so far? I will make that the poll. I'll put up a poll on that after our morning break. Oh, by the way, our early morning poll is up. It's just a lame poll. Like, subscribe, and vote. What's the best part of Legal Vices being back from vacation? Live Karen Reed, Maritime Monday, chat is assembled, and live racks. those are your choices. We will put up the what do you think so far, so we can all pat ourselves on the head for a thought process well done. A little bit later after the morning break, or during the morning break. What are we talking about up there, do you think? Aw, Joe Choi missed my poll. Yeah, all the ladies say that. Probably some of the dudes do too, but I don't care. If you are a dude that misses my poll, this is the month for it, I guess. And this is just the cutest thing ever. I love this little red Solo Cup shot glass. Makes me giddy as a little schoolgirl, it does. It's the one, and just an absolute side note, one thing I've noticed about having singed off my entire mustache and beard a little over a month ago, and I guess it's been almost exactly a month, hasn't it? I have this one stripe of like light gray right here that makes it look like either something's running out of my nose or just like a little stripe of gray here is driving me crazy. And for those of you that are following at home, my adventures of incinerating myself on a barbecue, I'm going back. We're going to have a rematch one-on-one with that barbecue grill this Sunday. It's a rematch time. I'm gonna come out victorious this time. The barbecue grill won the last round, but this Sunday is the new round of barbecue grilling. Sebastian Muller just gifted 10 Legal Vices memberships. Well, that unleashes Doggo Cam right there. There's no question about that. That's one thing we do when we get to $100 in super chats. That's our first little thing that happens. It unlocks Doggo Cam. Where's the Doggo Cam button? There it is.
Release the hose.
Thank you so much if you got one of those 10 Legal Vices memberships gifted by Sebastian Muller. Give Sebastian a super special thanks whilst I set up the extra camera. I hope the Doggo Cam works here. Oh my God, it doesn't, because it's not hooked up. All right. When the court comes back, I will go grab my that's right. I took the cable as a charging cable when I went to the States. I will hook up Doggo Cam when the jury comes back and the trial resumes. So don't let me forget that, people. Thank you so much, Sebastian Muller. And Ginger with a Soul, who's been a member for 11 months, says, I'm so glad you're back. I'm glad to be back, too.
All right. I'm going to take a 2-minute recess.
All rise for the court, please.
Wow. All right, so the judge is going to go out. Then, hey, they're sealing Dion again, peeps. Long time no sealing Dion. Long time no sealing Dion. See what I did there? All right. That's Sealing Dion. For those of you that are just joining us, that's what we've nicknamed the Sealing fan. Sealing Dion. Fire and Ice has been a member for 16 months. I'm so happy you made it back safely, and my mornings are no longer so boring. Well, I'm happy I made it back safely, too. Last year, coming back from vacation was a straight up bitch. It took well over 36 hours door to door because of airline issues. This took 27.5 hours, which is fairly standard because I like long layovers. I like layovers at least 3 hours because I know something's going to go wrong and there's going to be a delay. And I would rather wait 7 hours in an airport than be 30 seconds late for a flight. So at 27.5 to get back, and it just went like clockwork. Great planes, great legroom, great seats. Nice. Well, except for coming back. It was a little uncomfortable coming back from LA to Seoul because I was in the middle section of the plane. I like the aisle seats a lot. I'm not a window seat guy. I'm an aisle seat guy, but I got stuck one seat in from the aisle seat, and sitting next to me was a rather large Samoan guy. So having rather large Samoan guy sitting next to slightly less large me, it's kind of leaning a little bit for the 10.5-hour flight. But thankfully, there was a tiny little Korean grandma on the left side of me, so I kind of encroached upon her space because of large Samoan guy. But other than the slight uncomfortableness of that, the slight discomfort, it was a great flight. Island, what's up with the $2, Jeff? Missed you. Glad you're home safe. Again, I'm very glad to be safe home too. Adara the Wholesome. How you doing, Adara? Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. You missed that the witness asked to rephrase. No, we caught that. You must be behind. We caught that. So if you're playing along, if you've generated your bingo card by clicking on the generate your bingo card link that's pinned to the top of chat, you should have the free space marked. Judge calls for sidebar. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Witness asks, can you rephrase that? And sealing Dion. That's where we are here. We came very, very close to being forced to admit a lie, but the judge made him move on. Oh, Lord. And they've come close to referring to the broken tail light, but we haven't got there yet. I'm expecting to tick off broken tail light real soon here. Just stopping by, but if there's a doggo cam that could keep me, there is a doggo cam, but before the dog cam can be engaged, I need to go into the other room and get the cable. And before I do that, the court needs to come back because I don't want to just leave you sitting here watching a ceiling fan while I run around and try to remember where I put the cable. But as soon as the court comes back and they start questioning again, I will run and grab the cables and hook up doggo cam. The doggo cam has been unleashed, so stand by. Please stand by. 2-minute recess, really? 2 minutes in judge time. It's interesting how she tries to move everybody else along, but her 2 minutes, her 5 minutes are usually like twice as long. Shoot, my cigar went out. Dang it. That's too bad. That was a really nice ash going. All righty then. Yeah, 2-minute recess has just been a little more than 2 minutes here. Yeah, Adara's like 20 minutes behind. Larry DUI guy thought sealing Dion was funny. He calls it his only fan. Lol. Yeah, people have different names for the fan. I like ours. I like ours best. Sealing Dion is my favorite. I can't remember who it was that came up with Sealing Dion, but you are a genius. Aussie Wombat has made another gift of another Legal Vices membership. Let's see if that went to someone who's present here. Yes, it did. It went to Fun Size. Fun Size got that Legal Vices membership. You gotta love the Samoans, says Mary Jane, except for on planes. He was a good guy. We were constantly bumping into each other and shoving each other and elbowing each other just because, we're larger than Koreans. I still got to say, I love this. I love this solo shot cup. Buying a package of those was literally the highlight of my vacation. Oh yeah, Fan E. Willis. That's another one. Damn, Sebastian Muller gifted 10 more Legal Vices memberships. Holy cow! That's we have to put up. We haven't put up the banner. Legal Vices banner needs to be put up for this. Oh, I can't remember. Buchanan spells his name really, really weirdly. Shoot. I have to figure out how to spell his name. Karen Reed, trial officer Buchanan. I'm gonna see if that's enough to pull it up here. Buchanan, there we go. As of June 6th, the defense says Trooper Proctor will testify. All right. So let me do this here. Let me put up the banner here because I forgot to do that. And Sebastian Muller is far and away so far the vice racks for the day. For the generosity to dethrone him, someone's going to have to throw down like 100. Where are we? Karen Reed murder trial. There we are. Day 22 is what we're on. I'm doing this live here. Day 22. His name is Yuri Sargent. Yuri. What a weird spelling of his name. Yuri Bukhenik. All right. Vice racks of the day so far, Sebastian Mueller. I don't know how to do the umlauts on my keyboard, so I apologize. You're just going to have to be a normal, just generic U. Sorry. Sebastian Mueller without the umlaut. Sebastian Mueller. There we go. And the reason you're the vice racks of the day, lots of memberships. Lots of gifted memberships. There we go. Memberships. All right. Save that. Throw that up there on the screen. This has been a very long 2 minutes, Judge. All right. There we go. Legal vices. Vice racks of the day. Sebastian Mueller so far with lots and lots of gifted memberships. So we get here 10, 20 gifted memberships so far. Jeez. Thank you so much. That's a straight up hundy. All right. Oh, here we go. We're back. Thank you, Judge, for coming back. Yuri Kolonic, trooper proctologist. Nice. Judge. Yeah.
We're back to session. You may be seated.
Does council need to see me or are we all set?
I think we're all set.
All right.
Okay. Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Ah, it was back again.
Oh, there's so
Okay.
many chromosomes. Is it
All right,
XX
so
or
that will now be
XY?
what, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
All right, folks, I'm going to
And
pop
with
off here for a
permission,
bit,
I'd
and I'm
ask
going to
to
grab the
display
cable
that
and hook up
video.
Doggo Cam.
Yours?
Okay.
Please stand by. All right, we need to choose an avatar here.
If you could move that to a runtime.
I think we'll go with
of
Elaine
1 minute and
Bredehoff.
17 seconds, so thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that.
I'll be right back.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in what's just been marked as Exhibit 542?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sallyport.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it is properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and get this in just a few seconds, please.
All right, what did I miss? What did I miss? Somebody's taking pictures of the car. That's what I missed. All right, let's see if we can activate Doggo Cam.
You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it.
Extreme close up.
Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
That person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sallyport. You can pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, at the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? You see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was a couple of seconds behind, so I used that little break there to fast forward 10 or 20 seconds we were behind.
Were you able to, may I inquire?
Yes.
Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
Yes.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to the area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
You see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of dirty white rag?
Dirty
I
white
cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough.
Dirty white
We can take that
rag.
down. We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Could it have come out
Yes,
more
it's
grainy
not
than
perfect
that
quality.
one? Gee.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Display that.
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning, timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no vehicle in the foreground,
Okay, I'll take your word for it. There's a car in
this
that
side
picture.
of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out the fact that there is an outline of a vehicle there, correct?
Correct.
We could play, may I approach the screen briefly?
Yes.
If we could, with the court's permission, begin playing at this time, this is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Okay.
Wow, that's the greatest video ever, for fuck's sake. Holy cow. Yeah, that's the greatest video that's ever been shown in court. Look at all that detail. Oh, well, that proves she did it. Guilty. Oh, come on. What is this? Yeah, it's an etching.
Sergeant, did you see
Exactly.
what we
Exactly,
depicted on
Blueberry. It's
video
an
that
etching of the
ran
actual
from
video.
5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed if you just watched that video in real time?
We've all been there.
15
See Winter
seconds, maybe.
Storm.
Okay. And do you see something,
Nice. That's good. I like that.
you see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car?
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sallyport, and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
Nice
Do you
max
see what
headroom
the time of
blast.
day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
So everybody make sure you mark off what, if anything, from your camera. I'm from
This is the
your,
last
from your,
time
from
I'll
your
ask
bingo
you
card.
that- Unfortunately, I cannot zoom on this, Your Honor. With the court's permission, would the sergeant make one more trip to the screen to give us the exact time that this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know if it's the last time. If he needs to do it again, let him do it. I think he's trying to lay down the time that the SUV was brought into the Sallyport, and for some reason this camera shows it maybe better than the other one. I don't know.
What was the time? What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark. Correct?
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately, how much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay. And Ms. Reed's vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion, just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Come on, try again. Try one more time.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have shown, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway, and then to the Sallyport? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct?
All right, so that clarifies it. The good
Correct.
video shows
And
the
that
side,
42 minutes.
shows the left
from
side
when
of the
car
vehicle.
arrived until 5:50 in the evening.
The shitty camera
that
shows the right
portion
side of the
is missing.
vehicle where the
Correct.
broken taillight would be.
It's not missing, it's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Buchnick. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Spanked on cross-examination for 2 days. Let's go, hair tuft of injustice. Let's see what you can do on redirect. Derp. Come on. Come on. Come on, Lally. Lally.
Morning, sir.
There you go.
Good morning, sir.
So how this video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony, the condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Sustained. You can't lead, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, was done?
Mark off
alter,
nervous
change that
prosecutor
video,
cough.
Received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently one more time.
Yeah, he does that when he gets nervous. He goes, so mark off nervous prosecutor. Oh, you did it again. Nervous prosecutor.
As far as
cough
the
on your
condition
video.
when you received it, and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
So someone at the police department
Now,
manipulated.
as far as the
You didn't. Ooh, that doesn't let you out. That
Cameras
doesn't let the
being-
police off the
cameras are
hook.
motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
Manipulation.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
From the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played.
Okay?
All right.
Might have
Settle
one
in
more
for
time.
5 minutes of video watching here. All right. We get to watch it all again in its entirety. There's somebody waddling through this. Oh, what happened? Oh, there. Ooh, repeat. Somebody's shaking off the snow, waddling around this alley. Oh, God, they teleported again. Hello, fellow conspirators. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. And you? Cool antique police car there, I guess. Why is there so much snow in the Sallyport? How did this? They don't close their door. Apparently, they brought in a car or something that dusted the snow off of it. Here come the SUV.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sallyport area, correct?
That's correct.
It's been reflipped, right? So yeah, they've is that what they've done? Yeah, because it looks like things are in the proper position for this one.
I'm going to keep the process there for 1 second. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that. Tell me if you could. You pause just for 1 moment. Now, Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
Sustain it.
I'll allow it.
Oh, come on.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
Tell me if you could.
We've got Yoda sign. Yoda's decided to join us here for a bit. We don't get enough Yoda. All right. Sweeping around the vehicle. That's pretty exciting to watch. Now, mind you, there's a hair dangling precariously on the side of the vehicle. There's plastic pieces and glass pieces all over the bumper. Careful there, guys. Wouldn't want to plant any evidence accidentally. Where are you going, Yoda? Okay, that's acceptable. Sorry, just following the dogs. Yoda's giving the video some side eye. Yoda's skeptical. Wow, Yoda's breathing heavy. I don't know why the dude is sweeping the snow in. It's a good question. Yoda has pressed D for doubt. They're mulling about the vehicle. They're even bad at sweeping. Aussie Wampa says, I think it's time for doggo treats. Oh, they've had a lot of treats today. There's no more room in the belly for treats today. Oh, here we go. Now let's put up some tape around it because that'll solve everything, won't it? Why are they putting up crime scene tape inside the police station Sallyport? And there's their what's that? Their kickboxing mannequin. They're choking out with the police tape. It's got an orange T-shirt. Oh my God, it was hit. It's got residue on the orange T-shirt. Oh, Yoda's down. Yoda down. Yoda down. Oh, vanished. Time traveling thieves. It's like time bandits here. VLC. This video is brought to you by VLC, makers of fine video software.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house when you can see the defendant's smashed tail?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on January 29th, is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so when the defendant and her father and her brother from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on One Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dyke?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dayton when that vehicle is being loaded onto the truck and you can see the tail light there?
John.
Okay.
It's after.
What, if any, Minecraft block does your head resemble, Officer?
Now, again,
Mechanic?
you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th when you were in Dayton, correct?
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Come see me.
Sidebar.
Come see me at sidebar, says the judge. Hey, lawyer, come see me at sidebar. All right, enough of that. Anju Zelda with the $10. Thank you so much. I was half expecting the sergeant to claim he isn't even entirely sure that's Karen's vehicle in that video either. I got to admit, all joking aside, that would have been a possibility. And that puts us 50, that puts us about $45 away from the $200 punishment shot, which is a shot of really, really not so good Korean whiskey, and $140 away from the double shot of absinthe. Those are our goals. We have alcohol stretch goals because fine, why not? So yeah, we're about 45 away from the Korean Giwon soju, not soju, sorry, Korean whiskey. It's Korea's first attempt at completely 100% domestically grown, distilled, and aged whiskey. It's not that great yet. So that's $45 away, $145 away from just a random double shot of absinthe. And Livid Pigeon says, Jeff, have you heard Time Bandits won't have dwarves in the new film? I'm not joking here. They're not remaking
You
Time
are
Bandits.
unmuted.
Don't remake Time Bandits. That was a perfect movie. Don't do it. No, tell me that's just a sick joke, Livid. Tell me that's a sick joke. That's got to be a sick joke. Yeah, well,
Now, Sergeant,
we have the alcohol-based incentives because we never get there. So they're pretty safe bets.
between the version of the video that's you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now. Again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sallyport.
Oh, so you are admitting that it wasn't an accurate
And at any
depiction.
point in time that you were in the Sallyport area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
He said definitively.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were
I
asked
could
on
turn back
cross-examination
time.
about something that was reported to the Chief Medical Examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Massachusetts General Law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct the criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time,
First responder.
I had communicated those
Mark off
facts
first responder.
to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the Chief Medical Examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
So that's like
And who did he speak?
double hearsay.
I believe it was firefighter Fleming.
What
So
he
firefighter
said, the
Fleming,
first
is that correct?
responder said
That's correct.
that Karen Reed said to somebody else. That's triple hearsay. Come on. Come on, bitch, please.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what had transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
The glass.
No, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
What?
I could tell that the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Nobody has testified to an injury to the back of his head yet, have they? They've only talked about the eye injury, which is what I've been mentioning. Nobody has mentioned the injury to the back of his head yet.
Yes.
Am I wrong? Because I've been saying no. They've only mentioned the laceration to the the orbital bone above his eye.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to
Ozzy Overlord, what's up, Hayden?
OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
They said the back of the head.
I'm not sure how they wrote it down, but I would need to be refreshed on my memory.
Okay, fair enough. Any approach?
Yes.
May I refresh his stupid memory?
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMT Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m.? Before 10:41 a.m. that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
Gotcha, bitch.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverting. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that was a presumptuous question.
Yeah, it kind of was.
At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You're aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
Yes.
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level. And I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay, what entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get out of
Next
here, you
witness, Mr.
bum.
Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Officer Nicholas Barros to the stand.
Okay.
Who? Nicholas Barros? I don't know no stinking Barros. Nicholas Barros.
So, sir, do you ever skip the court and jury in the case now and hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So, all right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barros, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dayton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dayton?
I'm a police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dayton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dayton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that day?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
Full shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dayton Police, what, if any, communication, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continues, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there. And they had stated that they were going to come to Dayton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And
Lots
did they
of
give you
jumping
a
to
specific
conclusions
address as
there.
far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton, North Dayton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
How many times does she have to
And
say
the
that?
Reed residence was
God.
at a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically
There is.
who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
He's a mouth
On
breather.
the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence. as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they?
Sounds like 1% are motorcycle clubs. You have to
Trooper
talk to the
Proctor,
dominant club and get
advised
their
me that
permission
they
to
were
enter their
heading,
territory.
I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said, once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dayton Police uses with regard to towing of vehicles within the town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that area of Dayton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to them?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from
Badges?
there, where did you proceed?
We don't need
I
no
had parked
stinking
my
badges.
marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explain to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and the sergeant from the state police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had
All right, mark off who, if anyone else on your bingo card. We got a who, if anyone.
And he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically
Lord
for
Inquisitor
a vehicle,
Hector
correct?
Rex checks in with the first
Did you
bingo.
observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that drive?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and a piece was missing.
Oh
but
my
not completely
God.
damaged.
And then beyond
Holy
the taillight
shit.
area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
Whoa.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It was only cracked. It wasn't completely gone.
Probably right
There
in
was
conjunction with the
a piece
taillight in
missing,
that
not
same
45
area.
fucking pieces. A piece.
And
It was
from the
cracked.
time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the
Wow.
vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
Broken taillight, people. Mark it
5
off.
to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side of that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle, there was snow on the vehicle.
Dos bingos.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone
Yeah,
come out
wow,
and
that's
plow the drive,
big.
correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, you know,
Or
about
this
how
is
long
exactly
that
what
took?
he said. He said it was
I'd say
cracked
another
with a
10 minutes
piece
or so.
missing. It wasn't completely destroyed.
And
Damn.
as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
You know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent?
I did not.
Anything you say
I
from
did
this
not.
point, Lally, is not really important with this witness. You done effed up.
Can I have a moment, John?
Yes, yes, I do. I also have this one. Boomer! Just in case. Wow. I'm still kind of shocked by that. God dang. He wasn't equivocating at all. He just flat out said that.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
This will be interesting.
All right, Sergeant Barrows, you are all set, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Nothing. There's nothing the defense had to say to that. The jury heard him say that, oh my God.
Do you
Yeah,
want
that-
to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, you know, and if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
Damn. All right, they're taking their morning recess. So we're going to go back and we're going to watch the motion hearing that took place before this hearing. But before we do that, let's check. There's no super chats or anything to read. We are 45 minutes. We're 45 minutes. We're $45 away from our $200 punishment shot of the Korean whiskey and 140 away from the double shot of absinthe. We'll see if we get there because we need it for this trial. Right. Let's see if you've got your bingo card generated right here. Click on that link to generate your bingo card. What we've got going for bingo so far is first responder. Witness asks, can you rephrase that? Lawyer calls for sidebar. Who, if anyone? What, if anything? The free space, of course. Nervous prosecutor cough. Judge calls for sidebar. Broken taillight and Ceiling Dion. Those are where we're at so far. Right. All right, let's I have to bring this up so we can have both streams going here. I'm going to stop that screen. Where did I put it so I can see it? All right, I got to move this to where I can see it. Then I have to open up another window of the same exact thing. Let's see. Law and crime. Law and crime. There we go. And then scroll back to the beginning. All right, we're going to watch as much of this this preliminary motion argument as we can before the break is over. So let's see here. Ceiling fan up. All right, let's fast forward to where the court comes in.
Week 6 of the trial on May 21st, in which means
back,
defendant in the Commonwealth of
back. There we go. All right, this is the preliminary trial, the preliminary hearing earlier today.
22-117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel and Your Honor,
the preliminary hearing, sorry, the motion hearing that was held
very
before
second, FTR is not running. Ms. King is the official anyways, and she is on the record.
Okay. All right. Good morning. So we're here on the Commonwealth's renewed motion. Can we turn off one of those air conditioners, please? The Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and the motion to exclude the defendant's newly provided expert, Dr. Marie Russell.
Get it out, Judge.
I will hear you on your motion, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll hear you, Ms. McLaughlin.
I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
Essentially, the Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During impanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations.
Oh my God,
as
my
it
dogs are
pertains
so
to
dumb.
Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st, and it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure, and further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. It is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the expert's precise opinion.
All right, somebody's heavily breathing. So mark off Darth Vader mic breathing. We've got Darth Vader mic breathing by someone here. So all right, they're saying it's a trial by surprise. The defense is springing all this stuff on them suddenly, and they're still bringing it up. So that they want all this stuff excluded.
Are and what they were testified to, and it's essentially, it is in bad faith, and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell, and at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
There's no mic at council table, so I'm going to go to the podium.
All right, Lally's excited. Lally's talking. Sorry, Yannetti's excited. Yannetti's talking fast. We're gonna normalize the speed because he's agitated.
With the court's permission. We need to be heard on this.
Yep. That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask?
Ooh, all right. First of all, mark off the judge microphone sighing. She just made a big sigh. And she's going to lecture him here on there's no jury, so you don't have to use theatrics. You don't have to use the fiery language. You don't have to, you don't have to do this. Just give your argument. She's not happy, is she? Yeah, she's totally agitated.
I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Oh, God.
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, God, that's not, I expected her to say there's no jury here, enough of the theatrics, don't use, the exaggerated language. I expected, no, she's like, all right, how the fuck long is this going to take? Dude, Judge, Bev, I've been saying you're not as bad as everybody's been saying you are, but you're kind of there now.
Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
There we go.
I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote, during a pretrial hearing on February 15th, when asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for 2 reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied. We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti.
Well, he's looking at that. They did mention the
I'm
dog.
on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies.
Okay, so boom, he's doing a gotcha bitch to the judge on that one. Wow, we need that. I don't see your name. It's not mentioned they were on here. I don't see. It's right there, Judge. And by the way, mark off dog. They mentioned the dog, and also mark off dog cam on your bingo card. So we got dog and dog cam to mark off. I forgot dog cam. Wow. Love you, Yannetti. That's a great conversation. That's a great comeback at the judge.
I'm on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court.
So read the goddamn document, Judge.
It's about the 5th line down. Starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spend that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please?
Oh, come on, Judge. That is not hyperbole. He's saying, can you imagine them doing this? This is not hyperbole. Bev, I was like this much on your side, but now no. This is not good, Judge. No. Yeah. Oh my God, Judge, this is so inappropriate.
Please get to the point.
Your Honor,
We've got a jury coming in 15 minutes.
I understand, but this is my integrity has been attacked. There have been allegations of bad faith that has been attacked, and I need to defend myself and my client. We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Buchanan did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Ms. Giannetti.
It's not a, Your Honor, it's most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
okay,
it's a defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14 and let's...
All right, again, for bingo, definitely mark off judge cuts off defense questioning. This isn't questioning, but we're expanding the definition of that. Judge cuts off defense. I let him have his say. There is no reason for her to be doing this. A couple of minutes delay for the jury is not going to kill anybody, especially when she does 2 half days a week, skips damn near an entire freaking week. A couple of extra minutes isn't going to kill anybody. Plus, you have to be liberal when you're shutting down a defendant's right to defend themselves in court. When you're accusing the counsel of basically an important and a very, very serious ethical violation, you've got to give them time to talk about it. You've got to give them time to air their side. This is a straight up appeal. Here we go. Ozzy also says this is bordering on an interlocutory appeal territory for me. Exactly. This is an appellate issue here. Good God.
Let's do it in 2 separate parts. So you've changed. You're not calling Frank Sheridan, right?
No, we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. And the court, I believe, has already suggested that voir dire will be done prior to his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So
the judge has tipped her hat. She's going to give them the whole day of voir dire, apparently, or voir dire, as it's properly pronounced in Utah. Okay. I was going to explain the interlocutory appeal thing, but Hayden's doing it down here. Basically, an issue comes up that it's an appellate issue, and you argue the appellate issue separately whilst this proceeding is going on. There's also an appellate action being heard by the appeals court. Basically what it is. You appeal during the trial, not after it's over. Oh my God. This is wild. Oh my Lord.
Is the Commonwealth satisfied that did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Ms. Giannetti?
Not on Mr. Van E, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Van E, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2.
A writ of certiorari is
we do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll
Supreme
testify
Court
regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Vanny relied upon and exactly what his opinion is. All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
That's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, the report, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in a voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yep.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist,
Well,
correct?
she's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday. And we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Do it.
We'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week,
I'm sorry.
last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Well, tell the prosecution to
Yes.
stop calling stupid, unnecessary witnesses building with their answers. How many beds are in the ER? How about the prosecution stop wasting all the fucking time? Oh my God, Bev, I ain't sticking up for you anymore, Bev. You're on your own. I really wasn't sticking up for you a lot, but I was saying you're not as bad as people say you are. But yeah, sorry, you are.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARCO witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those 3. With regard to Dr. Russell, we anticipate a half hour. Oh, I'm sorry, there's only 2 from ARCO, that's right.
You're only calling 2? Which 2? Are you calling the 2 that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Rentschler and Wolf, yes.
Come on, turn your microphone on, Law and Crime. Come on, Law and Crime. We can't hear you. Law and Crime. Get with it, brothers. Come on. I want to hear what they're saying. I guess we can fast forward till we get audio back, huh? Do we get audio back? Did we lose audio? Yeah, we've lost audio. Yeah, we know that. All right, that's it. We don't know what the hell she said at the end. Thanks for that. All right. So we can get rid of that and bring back the actual trial stream here because they're still on break. And we'll ensmallen that. Wow. I am, you guys weren't kidding when you said we need to go back and watch that. I am 100% on the defense's side with everything he said during that motion hearing. I think the judge was completely off base and out of bounds on her statement. Holy crap. So we've got two things going. So they're going to voir dire or voir dire. Now remember, the proper pronunciation is voir dire. Just ask any lawyer from out west. Wow. So they're gonna voir dire in two, possibly three. I don't know how that ended up. Witnesses some point during this week to see whether they're allowed to testify. The judge seems to be really interested in preventing any information from the federal investigation into the prosecution from coming into play here. I mean, there's assertions that the DA Morrissey, I believe his name is, may be charged at some point for his involvement in this. This thing is still ongoing. This federal investigation into the prosecution of Karen Reed is still ongoing. So the feds are still looking into improprieties. And she is trying to keep all mention of this out. She's trying to limit the defendant's ability to defend herself. She's trying to allow these aspersions to be cast on the ethics of the defense. This is wild. I think she's way overstepped. Good grief. Smopo Vienna, member for 12 months. Yeah, I got a red member star. Woo! Good to see you. Good to see you. Made it back from Vegas, Jeff. Hit the like, folks. Vice Squad rocks. I agree. The Vice Squad does rock. You guys are the best chat ever. The best chat ever. All righty then. Whew. Big question here seems to be, are we going to make it to the punishment shot? We're still $45 away. Grift. And we're going to do an F at Friday a week from this Friday. That's our big grifty stream, but we're going to kind of grift a little bit because ain't nothing happened during the last 2 weeks. So we'll grift just a little bit extra this month. Bear with me. But a week from this Friday, we'll put together another F at Friday stream. It'll be the June F at Friday stream. Whew. Wow. So voir dire is a combo of two French verbs that Americans love to mispronounce. Now we pronounce it correctly, Ghost. It is voir dire, and I will fight you to the death on that. It is voir dire. There ain't no other way to pronounce it. Trust me. Dang. Whew. So we've got that, and we've got this last witness that the prosecution couldn't get this guy off the stand fast enough after he said, I saw the rear tail light, the rear passenger tail light. It was cracked and there was a piece missing. It wasn't destroyed. That goes against absolutely everything the prosecution is saying about the taillight in this case. I think that was some very damning testimony. And apparently the defense did too. They're like, we don't have anything to ask this guy. He's done his job for us. God dang. Wow. Livid Pigeon. What's up, Livid? Member for 8 months. What a day to come back to, eh? Dog goes, oh, hi, Jeff. Doggos are here, and I'm just keeping them company. Oof. Wow. I'm still kind of stunned by that. He didn't try to, the prosecutor, Lally didn't try to correct him, didn't try to do anything. He just rolled on like nobody's paying attention. Just, he went full Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. He went full on Wizard of Oz there. Please ignore everything you just heard. Jang, Quick Bite. What's up, Daily Quick Bite says legal violence goes far beyond that. It had to have helped to go from one piece missing to being smashed into a jigsaw puzzle and spread on the ground at the house. Well, that was the one thing they were talking about during day 20. Yeah, during day 20, which I'm reviewing now. They brought up how the pieces of evidence that were collected inside the envelopes that the Trooper Proctor put in the envelope that he found, none of the, like, I won't say none because there was a couple, but most of the pieces that were like in individual envelopes didn't fit together. And you would think, again, that we would know this if they would have kept track of exactly where they collected the pieces of evidence from. But you would think if you found 3 little pieces of plastic together and put them in the same envelope, those 3 pieces of plastic would fit together. But that wasn't the case for most of these envelopes of evidence collected by Trooper Proctor. They didn't all fit together in the envelope. It's like one piece. I think I have this open here. For example, one of the pieces where is this at? I wrote this down somewhere because I was like, all right. Oh yeah. Okay. There was one part she reconstructed, and it contained pieces from evidence items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and evidence 7-16. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 different pieces from 7 different envelopes fit together. I think that's a problem. Because the evidence that they collected initially, that the CERT people collected, they were little tiny fragments, little tiny pieces. And then you have you have Proctor picking up things 5 days after the incident, 10 days after the incident, 13 days after the incident, 3 weeks after, and the pieces they're collecting 3 weeks after the incident are not tiny pieces. They're like 7 and 8 inches long. How do you find this little tiny fragment the day of the incident? But it takes you 3 weeks to find a 7 or 8 inch giant piece of plastic, and then it doesn't fit together with the other pieces of plastic in the same envelope? There's some shady shit going on. I said this day one, there's some shady shit going on, but it's just getting worse. So, all right. Looks like the judge.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
Thank you for that. Keep them super chats coming. Woo!
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth, the call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Boom! Proctor on the stand, baby! Michael Proctor, take the stand. This is going to be awful. I don't think we're going to get to cross-examination anytime today, so I'm going to bank on that.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the understatement of the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
He better
All
have
right,
a
Mr.
strong
Lally,
posture
whenever
next
you're
time.
ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
Nope.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have,
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
and sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be
Let's do some world building.
5
here. Sit
years in
back and enjoy
September
this.
with the homicide unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Sallyport software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works, or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Buchanan called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
This is Michael Proctor.
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before I get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
I think you're right.
With reference to that conversation,
I
what,
don't
if
think we're going to
anything,
get
did you learn
across
from that?
until Wednesday.
Firefighter Flamati informed me
Or
that
Thursday. We don't know when the voir dire is going to happen. It could be Wednesday.
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Buchanan, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Buchanan come to with regard to what to do or where to go, or what the next steps should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
All right, I'm going to give us
And
heavy
about
Boston
what
accent.
time was it,
Mark off
that
heavy
you and
Boston
Sergeant
accent
Buchanan
on the
arrived
bingo
at
cards.
the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately
I still don't
10
know
a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could, ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Buchanan? if you know?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Buchanan arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflects identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Buchanan go from
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Buchanan, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Buchanan on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Buchanan that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Buchanan all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Buchanan go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
Shittily.
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanan and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanan or another trooper, and one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes,
And they had not been responsive to that?
correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far
Unlike
as
lady
you
on
mentioned one
Twitter
name,
said he looks
that
like
we hadn't
he looks
discussed
like the
before
kid
in
from
the
Deliverance,
household,
all grown up.
a Brian Alvarez. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Alvarez?
And I've met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Ms. Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We had spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did your application, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that.
Sustained. I think that's
Yeah.
right.
Shut up.
I'll strike from fairly common, the observations.
Yeah. Shut up. Shut up, Proctor.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with the Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange t-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've had other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to With reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, had you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sideline.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is where the judge may be getting after the prosecution. Oh, my Lord. Oh, Yanetti's got to cross him when it happens. But again, I don't think the cross-examination is going to happen today. Oh, you want it to be Jackson? Really? To me, Yanetti's more of the attack dog. I think we need to unleash the attack dog on Proctor. I still don't have a bingo, damn it. I don't think we've got enough bad weather to check bad weather off yet. I just need to check off bad weather or internet search or body on the front lawn. I'm one away from lots of bingos. Oh my Lord. Strawberry's out cold. See if we can zoom in on Strawberry's tongue. She got her little tongue sticking out there. Yeah, there we go. Wow. All right. I like Yannetti, but Jackson, they're both very, very good. They've got different styles. To me, Jackson is more like the precision striker. You know, he's just like the guy that'll dismantle you with about 90 liver shots. But Yanetti's the brawler. Island with the $5 says, I know Bev won't, but I'll say it again. Directed verdict. This is the kind of case a directed verdict is made for. Well, I agree, but I also agree it ain't going to happen in this case.
Say, John.
And Bernice says, glad you're back. Mornings were boring without you. Thank you very much.
With pedestrian crashes involving
thank you so much for the super chats.
What, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regards to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And is another one a Lieutenant Brian Tully?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with the white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just look up.
Siren outside of court. Mark that off. That still doesn't give me a bingo. There's only 8 spots left, and I still don't have a bingo.
Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed in the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some cuts to it, like tears to it. There's blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at C.F. McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Buchanan and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general
Siren
terms,
has
as far
no
as
mercy.
securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, on January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Buchanan have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and, say, items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
After. So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home, and having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residents.
All right, I'm going to say
so the
check
tow
off
truck
bad
could
weather just because
pull
I
into
wanted
the
a bingo,
driveway.
damn it.
Now, as far
Hey,
as the
I got a
drive
bingo,
from Good
bad
Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were whiteout, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Mechanic's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Mechanic position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Mechanic went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dayton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Mechanic approached the home at any point prior to the Dayton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Ms. Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we did get marks on O'Keefe. Mark mentioned marks on O'Keefe on your bingo.
Just ask you to review that. Finish.
Waist high snow. How short are you? Nice.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it?
The Registry Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear taillight had essentially large pieces missing from it.
45
so you
pieces?
see inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
after confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we're seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, the first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
What?
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dayton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport?
So we left Dayton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton
I know
Police
that doesn't
Department's,
make any sense.
Sallyport
That's what he
garage,
said.
Why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's
I can't
not
put my
large
locked
enough to
phone
house a
into
vehicle that
airplane
size,
mode.
and it's not
Unlock
heated.
it so I can access the option.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dayton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dayton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah, Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point, you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
Yeah.
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Buchanan?
Best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially a case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I have shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access to the troopers within your unit, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022, were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sallyport garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sallyport garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you
They
a couple
call in the
questions
recon
regards to,
team.
Crime Scene Services section.
Now, people, bear in mind,
Can you describe
he is
to
the
jury
lead
sort of
investigator
what their role
on
is
the
in
case.
regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs and more
I'll be right back.
serious situations in a homicide, for instance. They'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document, correct?
Yes.
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
That would include February 1st in the Sallyport garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any things you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the
Did he
condition
admit to
of that
framing her while I was
particular taillight,
gone?
was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
You don't have to be well versed
at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sallyport video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m. You can just pause it right there. Okay. Now, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
More visible with the lights on. Yeah, put more glare on the screen. That'll help.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here. So while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sallyport Garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is recorded or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection.
Sustain.
I'm trying, Your Honor.
My understanding, it's motion activated.
Oh, hey, shut
Oh,
up.
I'm sorry.
You can ask it differently.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
No.
Oh, I'll strike if there was any. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
He's trying. He's
With respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that?
Foundation.
It's sustained.
Lay the foundation, dummy.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department Sallyport Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
Oh, come on.
It tends to pause. I'll strike out.
Come on. Proctor's trying to get these answers in. This is a coached witness. He's been told to mention it was motion activated, and he's trying to get it in. Judge ain't letting it. Moron. Yeah, exactly, moron.
Ms. Gilman, yes, thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard
that down because it doesn't
to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes,
And at some point, that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit.
correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there.
What a toolbox.
Handing you an item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
that's I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as you're recognizing the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
What's in the fucking box?
There's a state police crime lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. The sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
We have to go through the this fiction
Your Honor,
of putting on the gloves.
With court's permission, I would ask,
evidence.
I would seek to admit and introduce that as an next exhibit.
That's so
Do
stupid.
you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look at it.
Sure.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the.
Yes.
See, you touch the dirty microphone, you touch the dirty box, you touch the dirty scissors, you touch the dirty tape, but you're still using the sterile gloves to touch the evidence. That's so stupid when they have them put on these stupid gloves like that. Such a dumb, farcical am show for effect. Touching the dirty paper. Touching all the dirty envelope. But at least he's wearing his watch over the glove. That's kind of weird. Ordered the Big Mac with fries. Did he just drop a piece of evidence? Yeah, he did. Good job, buddy. You dickhead. It's like a part of Darth Vader's helmet.
Thank you, sir. Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
Put it on the. We need to mark that, and we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Nancy.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, hold on. So it's gonna be 544 and 544A.
Your Honor, may I inquire, is the A the light and the 44's bag?
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
Whatever it is. You put that on the bag, please, sir. 544, 544A. Thank you.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV. And you can see large pieces of it are missing.
What do you mean large pieces? The whole fucking
And
thing's
that's the
missing.
condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice.
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thanks. Just knowing you can take that down, Mr. Officer, you can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Mechanic, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 5th?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Roads, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th. And we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those
weird that
occasions
the pieces
that you
they
just
found
described, that
continually
you went
get
to the area of
larger.
34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people, who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper DeChico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We've located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed,
up to your waist,
the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
Yeah.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well.
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there was no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's
Was
cell
it obtained
phone on the
legally or
Ring app,
illegally,
and
like
then I
everything else?
wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on the, or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a laser pointer out there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what, if any, vehicles you observed in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe, like, on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow to come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Oh, look,
Now,
they're arguing the
reference to
slight
the
bump didn't
back
knock any
area
snow off,
of,
but yet a
Mr.
tiny
O'Keefe's
little piece of
vehicle,
hair was
specifically
stuck to
in
the
area
car
of
through a
ground.
60-mile-hour,
As far as
a
that area
60-mile
of
drive in a
ground, what, if
blizzard.
anything, did you observe in reference to any red
Horseshit.
pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from there for a moment. Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sallyport, February 1st in the Sallyport, and then the item that was just marked as evidence, what, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
What color do you?
What you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
What?
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on.
Observe the difference in color?
Now, sir, you proceeded to One Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd, is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from crime scene was with you and took some photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
Or may I approach?
Yes.
What? If they're the same, he didn't hit O'Keefe. If they're just different shades of red, she didn't hit O'Keefe. What?
Mr. Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. You those look up when you're finished.
He doesn't think that the light under the red casing is red, does he? He does realize that what makes that light look red is the casing, because he's like, aha, I think he was saying the casing is missing, so you can see that the one is brighter red and one is darker red. Is that what that can't possibly be what he's arguing?
Trooper, just generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to?
The first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
No, that can't be his argument, because that is fucking stupid. That's just dumb. But this video was at 5 a.m. This is while she was going out to look for him. This is so dumb. They need an automotive expert like Cousin Vinny's gal. Your taillight bulbs are red? Okay, well, that's not the case here. I didn't get that at all. That was...
It's 5:45. Thank you.
We don't have any super chats to read while they're doing this. We just have to.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Yay, more pictures.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752.
The dogs have vanished.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen is now been marked as exhibit 546?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the Ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the ring video, video number 153. If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where it is on this vehicle that there's contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and this road.
It would have been in this general area here.
As far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on.
May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Now he's going to go up and explain what he's going to be asking to the judge, and then she'll let him say it. Yeah, I'm oh, sorry, squeak the microphone there. I'm not seeing this. I honest to God don't get the argument about showing the red taillight on the video. You can see red. If you look at what they were looking at in the Sallyport, there's zero red. Ah. New bingo square law rack size. I'm just trying to figure out that whole thing about the taillight video. It seemed to do exactly what Lally was seemingly trying to imply happened. All right. I was just seeing a Turtle Boy tweet said that when the previous witness said that the tail light was cracked and there was a piece missing, but it wasn't shattered, he said that several jurors were smiling or smirking and taking notes. Take that for what it's worth, but that's what Turtle Boy reported on his Twitter feed. I just happened to see that a little bit ago. Was it a magic tail light? Did the rules of physics not apply in your Sallyport? Yeah, but see the snow, it didn't hit the vehicle because the snow didn't slide off the side. Again, but they're arguing that a tiny piece, a 7/8 inch piece of hair was stuck to the side of her SUV for at least a 60-mile round trip in a blizzard. The doggo cam is not on at the moment because there are no dogs to be on cam. They've wandered off. Strawberry is kind of lurking outside the door, so if she comes back in, we'll fire it up again.
You are unmuted.
All right, let's see if we can make some sense of this shiz.
Sure, but when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage.
Any significant
damage.
Okay.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Frank, is that correct?
Yes.
And memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you, is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Brooke Jones?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the next 8 exhibits.
No objection.
Now, look, I have cracked a headlight cover rear-ending someone on a rainy evening. It cracked my headlight cover, and it did 0 damage to the car in front of me. Even the car in front of me's insurance guy was like, I don't see any damage to your vehicle. If you're cracking plastic, you don't have to crumple the entire back end of the car.
Thank you.
So that holds 0 weight with me.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have.
All right, we've got 339 people here and 377 likes. That's pretty cool. Keep hitting that like and subscribe button, peeps. And just double check to make sure you're still subscribed if you haven't already done so.
Recognize what's depicted on the screen now is exhibit 559.
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
The rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
With respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780.
I don't remember what was on the thumb drive.
And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked?
I honestly don't remember.
Yes, those are the 2 garage doors of Mr.
Somebody help
O'Keefe's
me out
house.
here.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Why would there be damage to the garage door?
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
And while he's doing that, Blue Vara with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. That gets you a ship's bell, but I don't know what my ship's bell.
Trooper Proctor.
Did you take any pictures of Karen's vehicles before
February 3rd,
it was towed?
Specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic clear and red.
Was that what happened?
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these 3 subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
Wow, we're $15 away from the punishment
exactly
shot
if they
of
were
Korean was
around the
15.
flagpole because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area
Grass area.
Asphalt or grass is basically what I'm asking.
I'm sorry, grass area.
And with regard to
Go to
each
the
of
penalty
those
box,
items that were
Commercial
covered on
Intender.
those 3 successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my God, back to this thing.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And with the court's permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
Yeah, settle down.
I apologize.
Go ahead.
He's got to put the
With
gloves
court's
on for
permission,
some
may
reason.
the
again.
witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag.
Yes.
All right. It's gonna be a little grifty here. We're $15 away from the punishment shot of Korean bag whiskey. Just pointing that out. I want to go over Blue Varro's dad here again. See why, and many of you have mentioned it. Why wouldn't they take a picture of the vehicle before it was towed?
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, 1 large piece of plastic, color red, 1 small piece of red plastic, and 1 piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those.
The bag's mic is working as intended. I'm sorry, evidence bag. You'll have to make a louder noise in the microphone. The jury can't hear you. Don't make me turn off the fan. Don't make me turn off the air conditioner. Who ordered the cheeseburger? Cheeseburger. Who ordered the cheeseburger? That's not me imitating a Boston accent, by the way. That's just me doing a generic idiot accent.
Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag. I'm also seeking introducing you to the next exhibit.
I've got my red solo shot glass here.
563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Ooh, let's look at the pieces of glass. There's a certain number of pieces of glass in here. This should be exciting. Glass. Glass. Glass.
Small
Hey, is anybody left? Wow. We're here. What the hell was that? My internet went out. All right. Let's hey, oh, there we are again. Jeez. All right. Thanks. Shut up, phone. All right. We're back. I don't know what the shit that was, but my internet just suddenly went out. So we're back. All right. So let's pick this up. We'll do it at 1.25 speed until we catch up. Sorry about that. I just
Glass fragments. You can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over.
100.
The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
Up.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the back.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a North Korean shit balloon killed my internet. Right. Welcome back. We need that $15 shot. Cookies.
Smaller bag in there containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
Small bag panty liners.
All right, so Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, any objection? We can go ahead and open.
One object, but I don't know what's in that.
Go ahead and open.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to object. I don't know what's in that bag. Good one. It sounded like that was Jackson objecting. So I think Jackson's going to be doing the cross examination. So those of you that wanted Jackson, I think you got your wish.
All right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
Do you want him to open everyone, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
This guy's step far.
All right, so go.
I don't need a moment. No objection.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
Dang, I'm glad my internet came back. I was kind of panicky. I was actually logging into StreamYard so I could stream from my phone. But it became unnecessary.
The smaller bag will be 564. Thank you. The brown bag will be 564. Thank you. And 17.
Sure, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and move those items. Sir, if you could put those back in the bag. Your Honor, call multiple seats introducing the minute for next exhibit.
Yawn.
Lastly, sir, with regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove
Yes.
the items.
I remember making a song about the thumb drive. I literally, honest to God, can't remember what the deal was.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury that
yes, it was the real Sally, yeah, it was the properly situated.
Now,
Sallyport
if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house.
No.
Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second search warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So that each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? What I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in and what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive. So it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately was when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I've inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry. But next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital imprint, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos system is concerned in regard to the digital footprint?
Not what anybody told you, but what you received.
That if a video is deleted.
The objection's sustained.
Stop saying the video's deleted, bruh.
Upon your further
He's
inquiry
insinuating
of Ring, were you
that
ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections?
Somebody
where you
deleted
anticipated video with
her pulling into the garage. Dick.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Mechanic with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Mechanic and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Mechanic made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular testing.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, you know how that was, or can you describe for the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Mechanic on that particular day, where do they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, but I should have asked as prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the currents, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie, Chris Albert, and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister, Courtney, her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels, her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly.
Oh my God, we need
And
the
on occasion,
3x5 cards with yarn and
they would be over at my sister's house or at my parents'
family
backyard.
tree together.
Yeah, like Julie and Chris and their kid Colin. And I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you, or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was, or what level of school he was at that point?
Senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation, or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously, you grew up in Canton, and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister?
You got 2.
And about how old are they?
5 or 6 times a day?
And you have children as well?
I do.
That seems weirdly excessive.
2 and 4.
Even for family members.
With respect to the conversation that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, How do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
I love my sister to
Now-
death. I probably send and receive texts
As far
maybe
as,
3 times a week.
Julie and Christopher,
But we're-
Allen,
anyway, yeah.
when did you
Good for
interview
you.
them in
You're so
relation
close to your sister.
this incident?
Sometime in February, I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert had resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now, with respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as acquaintances.
All right, Mr. Lally, why don't we take our luncheon break?
All right, people.
All right.
You are muted.
You are muted. She's a sufficiently nerdy looking clerk.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So much. Council approach. Council.
Lord Inquisitor says, Mr. Lally, stop wasting time. No, keep wasting time. Don't get finished direct today. Don't finish direct. Finish direct either at the very end or at some point during the next court proceeding, because I want to watch the direct. I want to watch the cross-examination live. He needs to delay it for at least for the rest of the day. Let's see what she's going to say here. If she's just going to walk out. Well, I want cross too, but I want to be here for it because we'll shut this down here in a little bit, and then I'll watch the direct and see if there's anything in particular. If it's just kind of more of this stuff, I'll probably just do a review. But if there's some real fiery stuff, then we might start a little bit early. We might stream the rest of the direct. It'll all depend what they talk about. So I want it meow. You want it meow or do you want it now? All right, let's find out what's happening here after this. Drum roll, please. So yeah, I mean, he's just testifying. It's all on direct, and so it's gonna be what the prosecutor wants him to say. I didn't understand showing that taillight video. That was of her backing into John's vehicle and pulling away. Oh look, it's a different shade of red, therefore it's completely missing. Some weird shit like that. We have the ring camera lie. All right. Well, shoot. What do we talk about here for a little bit while we figure this? While we figure out what the judge is going to do. I guess one day this week, because we're not there. There is no court tomorrow on Tuesday. So either Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, they have to spend the entire day doing voir dire of the expert witnesses that the defense wants to call. So that's going to be. She was talking like she wants it around the end of the week, so maybe Thursday or Friday. Wednesday will probably be more Proctor, and I hope, I honest to God hope he doesn't finish the direct examination today, because I want to watch it. So tomorrow we will probably cover the Laura Owens and Clayton Eckert hearing that's going on as we speak, or maybe it just finished somewhere. I don't know. I haven't been checking it out, but the hearing is today. So we'll probably cover that tomorrow. We'll watch that hearing, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll do more of this. And next Friday, we'll do an F at Friday stream. Yeah. Oh, well, no. This is so unimportant, but not only do I have the red Solo Cup shot glasses, I also, just because I was bored and silly, I bought a breathalyzer. So we'll introduce the breathalyzer during the next F at Friday boozy griftathon, just to keep you posted there. I've also got to put together the video from my vacation. You saw most of it. I just spent time relaxing, but I do have to put up took a little tour of my hometown and where I was born, the house where I was born and stuff like that. And of course, me giving my gift to my father. I'll have to show you that as well. I'll put that together, hopefully in the next week or so.
Recess.
All right. They're not going to do anything. They're just heading off to lunch. Dang.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers.
No.
This is a long.
Go away. All right, folks. Well, we came kind of close to a blackout here on the bingo trial. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We had only 6 blocks left, and they're all blocks that could be updated. I mean, they could be fulfilled in the afternoon. I mean, sort of. The what sort of thing that the question the prosecutor always asks: severe cross-examination, lip smacking. We almost got him on lip smacking, but he didn't do it consistently. Forced to admit a lie and body on the front lawn. We could have got an entire blackout today. But all right, peeps, that kind of brings us to where we are. We had some very shocking testimony today. I mean, hands down, the most shocking and revealing part of the day was the guy who was tasked with watching the Jeep, said that there was the tail light was cracked and there was a piece missing, but it wasn't shattered. That just goes against everything we've been told. So I think that was pretty damning, to be honest. And according to Turtle Boy's Twitter thread, the jurors were smirking and taking notes when they said that. Island had to check cows. What did I miss at the end? Nothing much. Just they're just walking him through pieces of plastic and stuff like that. So you didn't miss much. But thank you so much, Island, for that $2 super chat. I'm smacking my lips, crossing off. Wow. Well, Daily Quick Buy says the best reason not to cross the tail light cracked cop is that no cross equals no redirect. Well, that is one tactic, but also, he said it. There's no reason to you get an asked and answered or get I don't think he needed a cross-examination. There may have been that bit of strategic or tactical decision making there, but I don't think he didn't need to. The guy testified straight up. It was not shattered. It was cracked, and there was a piece missing, which is interesting because if you go back to the puzzle, the puzzle master, the chick that was in charge of putting the pieces of the taillight back together again, there was one little piece of plastic that was missing. They had all the pieces. They had all the pieces of plastic except for one piece of clear plastic. Could that be the missing piece of plastic the guy was talking about? So I thought that was interesting. That they had this missing piece of plastic from their great puzzle. And the guy said it was cracked and there was a piece missing, but it wasn't shattered. We'll see there. We'll see what's going on there. Any other comments or questions before we send you off into the netherworld? Sorry about that weird little few minute blackout there. Just my internet decided it no longer wanted to function. Daily Quick Bite says one piece of missing plastic is consistent with shenanigans. I think it leans. It leads. Yeah, I guess I see what you mean. We done for the day or just on break? I'm done for the day because it's 2 a.m. here. So I'm done for the day. Let me see where I'm going to send you here. I mean, everybody that's covering this is going to be on lunch. When's the next stream? The next stream's tomorrow. I stream every day. Monday through Friday, right here. I'm here every single day. Let's see. Have to go to YouTube Studio. Mary Jane says, no, Jeff. Yes, Jeff. What do you mean? What do you mean, no, Jeff? Yes, Jeff. Jeff is going to sleep. And all right, I just want to make one more comment here. Please, people, if you have not subscribed, do me the honor and the privilege of subscribing to the channel. If you have, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed. Somehow we lost 10 subscribers during this stream. So that brings us to about 40 subscribers we've lost since I started my vacation. I know some people bail, think, he's not streaming the trial anymore, he's not doing this anymore, so I'll unsubscribe. But we lost 10 during this stream, so that's kind of weird. Please just double check to make sure you're still subscribed, and if you haven't, do me that little favor and subscribe. All right, I'm going in here to the Hujimo, what's it? My channel dashboard here, to the content, to today's stream. And let's see here. Customization, redirect. Huh. Did everybody shut down? Everyone I have is covering the Clayton Eckerd trial. We got Dave Neal, Lauren, Megan, Law Talk with Mike. These are people that show up as streaming here. All right, well, let's send you over to Dave Neal. Why not? For the Clayton Eckerd, Laura Owens tonsil twins hearing, which is today. I don't know what they're talking about, but y'all can go check that out and get back to the trial whenever you want to. All right, people, that is it. Thank you so much for being here. It is good to be back from vacation. We will be back tomorrow with something. If it gets really super spicy in the afternoon, we'll do that, but I doubt it. What I plan on doing is covering the Laura Owens and Clayton Eckerd hearing that's being held right now. I plan on rewatching that tomorrow. So there you go. I mean, I know Andrea is doing Broken Bakers, but they're not showing up on my list of people that are streaming that I can be redirected to. So there we go. That's what's going on. Great times, great games, great fun. Thank you so much, mods, for being here. Good to see you guys again. Thank you so much, chat, for being here, for watching the trial with me, for keeping the comments good and going. Thank you so much for the support. It's good to be back. We will be back here tomorrow with something. So stay tuned. There is no Karen Reed trial tomorrow. Right, folks, take care, and we will see you next time. And again, once more, thank you so very much for everything. Thank you for the warm welcome back. Take care, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.